2 more screws, and I think we're ready. Hmm? Oh, don't use that end then. That's a shame. Shit. One more on the end, and I think we'll be good.
Drinking beer already?
All right.
Blackberry lime.
Gotta work service.
Here.
If you want to bring me that guy. Oh, do you want to mute us so we don't bug Joel? Hey, Joel.
Yellow.
So I think I'm looking for the two bottom pieces, and I think I've identified them. But if it's the one that says probably the one that says bottom, right?
Yeah, that's correct. And it'll have it'll be listed bow with an arrow.
Right. Bow and then bottom with bow and an arrow. Yep. All right, I got them. Perfect. I'm gonna bring those over to the workspace now.
Yeah, and those are going to be when you're gluing those up. You want to tape the side that doesn't have the registration on it, and you want to fiberglass the side that says bottom bow. That way, it's not that it faces to the inside of the bulkhead when the boat's finished. It's just so if you decide to keep it wood, you don't have to read bottom bow every time you turn the boat over.
Got it. Good call. Yeah, I think we're gonna paint because I feel like paint covers all manner of sins, so we might just go with the paint. But it's good to have the option to varnish if you want to do that.
Yeah, and if you're going to paint it, then it doesn't matter which side you put that on.
Yeah, but if just to preserve the option that you said have the side that I tape be the one that says bottom.
No, the side that you fiberglass is going to be the one that is marked bottom bow, and then the side you tape is going to be the side that doesn't have any of the markings on it.
Perfect. Okay, so I would lay the bottom marking down for the taping and then flip it over for the fiberglass. Or did I have that backwards?
So it's backwards. Yeah. So no, you got it right. So yeah, the where it says bottom will be facing down. You'll tape it and then flip it over and fiberglass it where bottom is facing up.
Got it. Okay.
And I don't think I'm very good. I'm just real good at being confusing.
Yeah, it's called
confusing myself.
Down.
Hey, Pete.
Hey, everything. I was just checking the stream and stuff. Everything looks good.
Yeah, we're streaming.
Yeah.
Cool.
Any last minute stuff before I wander off for a while then?
I think we're good. I'll give you a call.
Yeah, if things go weird, just give me a buzz.
Coffee delivery in a couple hours.
All right, if I'm out and about, I'll bring you guys.
Thanks, Pete.
Ciao.
My 7048 shirt on.
I wore my unfaded shirt. The hardest part of this is waiting.
Good morning, Scott.
Good morning.
Everything looking all right this morning?
So far,
Very nice. Morning, Kate.
Good morning. How are you?
Oh, doing well.
Good. Good. Hope you're
Ready to get to building.
Yeah, good. Are you able to take a load off a little bit yesterday afternoon?
I spent the afternoon sanding a drift boat.
You did. The work never stops. Oh my God. These are the perils of being a boat owner, right?
Well, I'm in the perils of being a boat wanting to get rid of her.
Aha. This baby's gonna get sold. You're trying to make her as saleable as possible. Is that it?
Yeah, it's actually the boat's already sold. I just have to customize it to what the buyer wants.
Wow.
Isn't this being a boat owner?
What?
A boat wanting to get rid of her?
Yeah.
Same thing.
Or its boat already got rid of her, haven't
Yeah,
finished her
exactly.
yet.
Exactly. Well, that sounds fun.
But yeah, I get rid of that one, and then I'm trying to get rid of it. I'm supposed to move here in a couple weeks, and I would like to not have to take that with me.
Uh-huh.
And if that happens, then I can start actually building a boat for myself.
There you go. What's your if you were to do that, what would be your next build for yourself?
I'm kind of keep going back to, it's a Joel White design, Marsh Cat.
Oh, yeah.
It's a 15-foot cat rig. And it'll be, I'll build it in strip plank.
Oh, wow. What's it called?
It's called the Marsh Cat.
Marsh Cat. Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's a Joel White design. I think it was originally, it's originally intended plank on frame, but I don't like the maintenance aspect.
Yeah. Yeah.
Of traditionally. I love working on traditionally built boats. I don't want to have to take care of one.
Yeah. I was just talking to my dad, who's a boat nut, and he was telling me that, and I'm sure you know this, that this pram is very similar to a Joel White design called the Nutshell pram. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, the Nutshell, it's like the pram of all prams.
That's what I thought. Yeah. Okay. So so he was Googling on his phone while I was talking to him. And then he told me that the designer of the Portage pram is the son of one of the most famous schooner designers or something like that, Murray Peterson. I was like, Dad, you're really geeking out on me here.
Yeah, and this plan was converted from just a traditionally planked, traditionally built little pram.
Got it.
And it was a project for, it's kind of a combination of ductworks and turn point design, and coming up just with an ultralight utilitarian kind of tender that could be accessorized, and so this is the kit they came up with.
Very cool.
But yeah, it's the difference between this boat and the Nutshell. The Nutshell is either you can build it in 7-foot 7-inch or 9-foot 7-inch lengths, and the forward transom on the Nutshell pram is a bit narrower.
Okay.
And thus making it's a lower volume boat.
Got it. Got it.
The boat school actually has built a bunch of those things.
Oh, cool.
It's a commonly requested,
Uh-huh.
just because they work great as a tender.
Yeah, that's great. Well, it just started raining over here. I wasn't expecting that.
Shoot.
Might have to close the garage door again.
And right now we're just kind of, I'm waiting on Warren. Haven't seen him poke his head in this morning yet. So,
Morning, everybody. Cena and Shirley.
yeah, and we,
Morning.
Cena and Shirley are going to join us. Their kit finally showed up last night.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, the prodigal kit showed up. Yeah, so we've got it. We've got the bottom. We're kind of following along at sublight behind you guys, but we've got the bottom taped up, Joel. And
Okay.
I take the side that doesn't have the writing, because that'll then be the bottom, the inside bottom of the boat, and we'll go under the bulkheads, or within that little airbox, right?
Yeah. So the side you taped will be the bottom of the boat.
The bottom of the boat facing out, right?
Correct.
Yep, perfect. Okay. Super. All right, so we'll flip this over. Oh, no.
Yeah. I mean, it may want to book hinge on you a little bit, but
Yeah. Okay.
It did a little bit. I'm sure it's
that's
fine.
all right. As long as your alignment still looks good when you set it down, that's fine.
Yeah. I gave it a bunch of stitches like a football, and then 3 layers of the longitudinal, or the long lines. So
I think that should be plenty.
excellent. So then we'll get our. So I think all I do is I take the cloth over, and I'll cut out with a little bit of overhang. I'll cut a piece for this, and then do you want to get started on maybe doubling some stuff?
Yes.
Yeah, and then I pulled out the parts that are getting kind of doubled.
Oh, great.
Kind of the transoms, both each have a doubler. And with that, the doubler, I would suggest is putting the doubler on the same side as the writing, the listing on the transoms, or because it'll be marked bow and stern. And then it's obvious which one goes where, because of the one has a sculling notch and the other one doesn't.
Oh, right.
And then each of those has dowel holes for registration. I don't know if you can see those poking out there. That's what that dowel's for that came with the kit. Is you'll cut those down to pieces long enough to push through and have a little bit hanging out on each side. And what that's going to allow you to do is get everything, make sure it's aligned properly when you go to clamp it up. And then just, 2 or 3 spring clamps on there just to hold everything in place while that glue sets. And you're just looking to fill the gaps. And then there you can kind of just set them on their clamps and put them off to the side, let them do their thing, and they'll be ready to go tomorrow. But yeah, it's just motoring through both the transoms. You've got some parts. Those are the ones those pieces, and then the keel pieces.
Okay.
They're going to register the same with the dowels.
Yeah.
And with those keels, you're going to have because there's 2 skegs on the boat. So you're taking 3 of those keel pieces and you're laminating those together. So 3 and 3, and that'll give you your 2 skegs.
Got it. And all 6 of those skeg pieces are identical, right? It doesn't matter which one, so long as we've got 3 layers on each.
Yeah, 3 layers on each. They're all identical.
Perfect.
Okay.
There's no right and wrong way to stack those. So yeah, getting those, and then you've got 3 parts with puzzle joints.
Yeah.
Those are going to be your seat doubler 1 and 2, and then your seat 2 will have puzzle joints that and there you're just going to go with that a little bit. You're going to go with a thickened epoxy. If you want to, with the seat 1 and 2 doublers, they're a bit those puzzle joints are a bit small and can be a little loose on the fit. You can tape one side of that and then go in and just kind of dab some epoxy in that crack. You're just wanting it to kind of hold in place in proper orientation until it sets, because they're going to get buried underneath the seats.
Okay.
Got it. And then do we want to, are we, with respect to doubling up the skegs and the transoms, and then that piece, I guess, too, we're going to wet out with just wet. I mean, we're not going to use any wood flour for the doubling operation, right? Will it just be wet epoxy, or are we going to want to get like a honey-like consistency?
So I would go ahead and I would mix up a thickened. You take your wood flour and make maybe a little bit thicker than honey, just enough so when you get it in there, if you don't have just Herculean clamp pressure, it'll still hold into any gaps, any pockets in there. So yeah, a nice like honey, a little thicker than honey, and you're just going to paint those surfaces. Put a fairly healthy coat of that little bit thickened epoxy and then clamp it up. And then you can just wipe away any of the excess.
Okay.
Yeah, that'll make sanding easier. You know, make sure wipe away the excess. And then the it's one. What are the ratios? Sorry, it's been a while since we mixed epoxy. What are the ratios to hardener to resin? It's 1 and 2 pumps, right?
Right. And so, and I guess I can run through that real quick. Because you're going to have with the you've got 2 size bottles. The
Right.
hardener is going to be smaller. The resin is going to be the larger bottle. These are equal part pumps, but it's a 2-to-1 mixing system for the epoxy. So when you're doing your mix up, anytime you do a pump, it's going to be 2 pumps of hardener to 1 pump of resin.
Okay. 2 pumps of hardener to 1 pump of resin.
Oh,
Or do you mean
completely erase all of what I just said.
2 pumps.
I got that backwards.
1 pump
So
hardener.
it's 2 pumps of resin, 1 pump of hardener. It's
No worries,
so
okay.
a big bottle gets 2 pumps. I wrote it on the bottle, so I could confuse myself when I explain it to you. Yeah, it's 2 pumps of the resin, 1 pump of the hardener.
Super.
So 2 pumps of big, 1 pump of the small, and you really want to make sure that you're getting a good mix up there when you're. At least I would go mix the epoxy for a minimum of a minute, so you know you've got a good incorporation of the 2 parts. And I think we figured out, so with when you're wetting out the fiberglass on for the bottom plank, it was probably, I would say it was 3 pumps of hardener, 6 pumps of resin would be a good amount. We did 4, and we ended up using the extra as some of our adhesive blend. But
And would I do that in individual batches just to prevent it from kicking too quick, or do you think it's fine to do all 3 at once?
So this is a slow hardening system. It works pretty slow. And what you're going to do, I would say when you're doing the wet out, you can go ahead and mix 3 pumps of hardener and your 6 pumps of resin, and get that well incorporated, because you're going to be pouring it out. It's only if you're mixing in big batches like that where you have to worry is if it's going to sit in that cup, because if you leave it in mass, it will that exothermic reaction is going to go exponentially faster.
Gotcha. Okay. And then we'll use that to wet out the bottom, and then roll on the fiberglass that we cut, and then pour the rest on and spread it out with that spreader.
I would actually just go ahead and lay out your fiberglass on the surface of that ply.
Yeah, all right.
Because what you're going to do is put it out dry on that bottom plank, and then you'll pour your epoxy right on the fabric, and you're going to use the squeegee to pull that resin into all that cloth. Because what's going to end up happening is you're going to get some of that plywood's going to pull some of that resin in. But you're basically just wetting out the fabric, and then at the end of the day today, you're going to put a second coat of epoxy on there to fill the weave.
Okay, gotcha. So I'll use 3 pumps hardener, 6 pumps resin to wet out that fiberglass piece once I get it cut out, and then we'll maybe go 1 pump at a time for the doublers and the fill with the bit of the wood flour in there to get it maybe a little past honey.
Sure.
And then we'll do those 2 things, and then we will check back in. I don't want to hold everybody else up. I think everybody else is on. So appreciate the catch up, and we'll be with you guys as soon as we've got all that stuff worked out.
All righty. Yeah. And just feel free to chime in whenever you have any questions, and get you caught up.
Okay, super. Thanks.
Good morning, Warren. Not quite. Hey, Warren.
I'm using my wife's old laptop, and it is awful. It took me about 20 minutes to get this far.
Well, you're here now, so that's all that matters. So, and
Hey,
we haven't really gotten started. Cena was able to join in. He got his kit last night, so we were getting him caught up, but otherwise I think we're good to kind of start motoring on for today. Kind of what we're looking to do this morning is you can pull all the clamps off the parts. We pull the clamps off all the parts that we glued up yesterday. And kind of the first thing we'll start out with is go ahead and just trimming off our dowels. Anything that's sticking out there. If you've got some extra epoxy that's squeezing out of those seams that was there, you can grab a sanding block or a straight edge, like a razor knife, and trim that off. This epoxy with a slow set, it should still be fairly soft and workable.
Okay.
And but yeah, we're just going to kind of start the day with doing the trims there. And so I'll let Liam, and that's going to be on the transom doublers as well as our skegs.
Cool. Finish my cookie. Turn my mic on.
And when you're trimming those extra parts off, if you've got a saw that doesn't, a non-back saw, Liam's trying to use a big Harkin dovetail saw. You can actually lay that blade flat on the surface of the part that you're wanting to trim. And I'll just put pressure with my finger on that blade, and it should be able to just take that right off nice and flush.
Phase 2. Proof.
Yeah, so when you're cutting it, instead of, you're kind of at an angle, so lay that blade flat on the surface, flush that surface, and put your finger right there, and that'll allow you to cut it without having to come back and
Joel, quick question for you.
Shoot.
We've got quite a bit of overlap on either side. Should we try to put the footprint of this bottom piece up further in the corner to get more useful material out of the roll, or is it fine to have this much overlap on both sides?
Yeah, I would try and conserve as much of that material as you can. So kind of pulling it off to one side is going to be your better bet.
Cool.
And that's just going to allow you to have more useful fiberglass for ladder steps.
Okay, super. We'll do. Oh.
Yeah, what Liam's doing here is he's just going back and just putting a quick sand on where those dowels kind of came through on the registration, get them flushed up with the parts. Anytime you're sanding, I do recommend kind of always working with the grain of the wood. That's just mostly if you're planning on leaving the wood bright, not painting, just because any of those cross grain scratches that you have are going to show through when you put a finish coat on there. Yeah, we're just kind of working through and getting the prep done on these parts. One thing I would take note of as well with these skegs is if you've got any high points or kind of heavier build of epoxy on that kind of concave side of the skeg. You want to go ahead and kind of try and knock that down with a sander or a utility knife. Make that face flush, because that's what's going to get bonded onto the bottom of the boat. We want to make sure that's a nice square fit.
Hey, Joel,
Yes, sir.
we've got another little hiccup here. So you remember how the epoxy was held up by UPS and they had to ship out the rocket from Florida?
Sure.
So the pump heads, the pump heads are the diameter of the screws on the pump heads does not match the diameter of the bottles. It's actually too small for the bottles, so I don't really have a seal. I can probably still use it, I think, but I don't know if that's like if they need to seal or actually screw on, or if it's fine for them to just kind of sit loose on top like this.
Tell you what, let me pin your video so I get a little closer look.
I'm trying to get you.
So because I'm trying to see.
Trying to get you close here.
Do you
Let me know
think
if the-
does the hose go to the bottom of the bottle as well? That's what I'm wondering.
The hose does. I mean, it gets pretty far in there. I don't know about the bottom of the bottle, but it gets pretty far in there.
Okay. And then because what was the branding on the pumps? Was that from Rocca or were those the System 3?
These are the System 3 plunger pumps.
Okay. Okay. So what it was is that it looks like they sent the quart size plungers instead of the kind of universal which is what we had. Because I'm assuming there wasn't a collar, an extra little white collar that came in that box.
No, I don't think so.
What I would suggest doing, because the pump should still work, and make sure that they're equal part pumps. So, 'cause I'm trying to. So, do both of the pumps look the same that are in?
Yeah,
One's not smaller than the other.
I think they're the same. Yeah, I think they're the same. I mean, it doesn't say anywhere that they're the same, but they look pretty identical to me.
Okay. I think your best bet there is going to be to tape it on the bottle.
Okay.
Yeah, because that's what the problem is there is that they sent you quart bottle pumps for a gallon bottle.
Gotcha. Okay.
What I would do is because it should still, because the spring action is what's going to prime those pumps. It's just making sure that it just sits on top of the bottle. It's not getting all wiggly wonky on you.
Right. So I may have to have. So maybe what we'll do is I'll hold the bottle. I'll tape it up and then I'll hold it when I pump and just have Shirley hold the cup. So that way we don't tear the top off and wind up with a mess.
Sure.
A fallback too is if you're having trouble with that, there's gradations on the cups that came in the kit. Now that's not totally the right way to do it, but it's a way to kind of check your work.
Awesome. Great tip. Thanks.
Yeah, and as we kind of work through the kind of getting everything trimmed up, once you've got those kind of dowels, the extra epoxy all trimmed out of the way, we can actually just kind of set those off to the side wherever you've got space. The puzzle jointed parts, we don't really have to do much to those right now. Just kind of moving things off to the side, just getting them out of the way. And Because for some of these parts, it'll be a little while before we get to them. The first of the parts that we are going to install is going to be our temp jig and our skegs. So those are the ones you'll want to leave most handy. And then as far as the bottom plank goes, we got that glassed up nicely yesterday. If you finish kind of trimming up those dowels and such, you can come through with a razor knife on the edge of this bottom plank and trim that fiberglass as close to that plywood as you can get it. And we're just trimming off that excess. Why wait? One thing you can do too, Liam, is I can give you a quick demo. Yeah, that works. You can also pick it up.
Yeah.
You come from the bottom and work toward yourself. Because you're going to leave a little bit. You'll end up leaving a little bit of an edge there that you'll be able to come back with a piece of sandpaper and just bark off. Because yeah, ideally, once we trim this fiberglass, we want the glass, that edge, to be flush with the edge of that plank, and that's going to help us with our fitting our planks on when we go to stitch those.
There's a guy yelling about boats out there.
Your motor on that. I'm gonna step away for 1 minute.
Hey, Joel.
I'm back.
I don't know if you heard me.
What's up?
Oh, hey, there you are. So we're setting up all the pieces to get the doubling underway, and I found these two guys. They say transom double on them, and I'm thinking my guess is these are for like a motor mount. Is that right or?
Yeah, so those we don't have to worry about those toast shaped doublers yet.
Okay.
Those are going to be once we've got the bulkheads in place. It's before we put the seats in. It's to allow you on one end, so you can put like a bow mounted eye. So if you're towing the boat or whatever, or tie down, and then it's also will allow you to double up underneath the seat to put in a gudgeons for if you're going to do a sail rig. It's just it's a transom doubler. It just beefs up the transom where you're going to add hardware.
Cool. Right on. Okay, we'll set this aside then.
Yeah. Liam, you're just looking to get it close with the knife. You don't have to get it all there because you can come back with that sanding block and should be able to knock down the rest of those edges pretty quick. Yeah, it's going to be really important to get those that epoxy and that fiberglass really work to that back to the plywood edge. Just because when we're joining these planks with our stitching, we're going to kind of edge set that corner to corner when those go into place. And if it's a little off, it can create just a little bit of wamble in that connection and make for just a little bit less of fair connection. Wamble.
Technical term.
And once you get those edges cleaned up too, we're looking inside the boat. You've got all the tab holes, so where all the parts are going to nest into the bottom planking. Those will all need to get trimmed out as well. Beauty.
Eat.
What are you looking for?
Squeaky broom.
Yeah, doing this step at this stage of the kind of the cure with the epoxy, it makes it a little easier to trim all this stuff. It's a little harder to sand because it's still relatively soft. But as far as trimming out the holes, it makes life a little easier because you're not dealing with that rock hard epoxy. Because it takes about 7 days for this epoxy system to fully cure, but it's workable generally after about 18, 24 hours. And Sina, how much did you pump out three pumps, 3 and 6 of the hardener and resin?
Yeah. We just did 3 pumps of the hardener, 6 pumps of the resin, and it looks like the little tape jig we've got is working just fine. So
Okay.
hopefully we'll be good.
Yeah, and I'm just curious to how much total that gave you in the cup. It should be able to give a semi-accurate reading on the side.
Sure. It's looking like I guesstimated it like 2.75 ounces, 2 and 2/3 ounces.
Okay. So I think what that does, because we have the gallon pumps, they're a bit more mass on the pump size. So what you can do is you're actually going to be working in when your pump ratios are going to be a little different from ours.
Oh, okay.
Because when we do 1 pump of hardener and 2 pumps of the resin, we're getting 3 ounces. So because it's the system is smaller, the pump ratio is for yours, I think, was because they're quart sized pumps and it's a gallon bottle. It's giving you smaller amounts of epoxy. So we'll figure out, and you're just going to, so like there, you're not going to have quite enough epoxy to wet out that fiberglass. But what I would do is just kind of keep mixing as you need it to make sure you get the full wet out on that fiberglass is what I'm doing.
Should I've been mixing it for about 2 minutes here. Is it too late to just add an extra pump of hardener and 2 pumps of resin?
What I would do is just go ahead and meter that epoxy out into the glass. Go ahead and get that spread out. And then once you do that, you can just go back and do another batch.
Okay.
Yeah, because if you may run into kind of some over mixing if you were to add it now. If you over agitate epoxy, it can also speed up that exothermic reaction. So I would just go ahead and pour it out, get that squeegeed out to start, and then you can come back and add a second batch.
So so you want to squeeze it towards the middle? You want to squeeze it off the edge?
And when you're metering out that epoxy for the fiberglass with that squeegee, it's kind of remembering the steeper the angle, the more you're able to pull that resin. And the lower the angle, the more you're just going to you can use that to more kind of meter it out to spread it out evenly. You don't want to put too much pressure, because if you really push down in the middle there and you push too hard, it could potentially kind of interrupt that seam that you've got taped together. But you want to give it enough pressure that you're able to move that epoxy around and kind of get a nice even coat, because you're looking at just getting enough to wet out all that fiberglass.
Right. So really spread it around. And work from the inside out. Yeah, you're right, Joel. We ran out real quick on that.
Yeah, and I think what it is where when we do our 2-to-1 mix, we're ending up with 3 ounces. So it's an ounce per pump on ours, and I think you're getting it comes out to an ounce per thickened pump. So what it is you do 1 hardener, 2 of the resin. That's 1 ounce pump. So you may on your next go round do 6 and 12.
6 and 12. Okay. Those are numbers I'm familiar with. I can do that.
Yeah, if your first mix was 3 and 6 and you had almost 3 ounces there, I think that should. I'm trying to think. Yeah, that should be about right. About 9 ounces.
I'm gonna start mixing up the next one. Do you want to keep working yours?
Yeah.
Hey, Joel, that gave me 5 ounces even.
Okay. Yeah, go from there. That should put you pretty close. So with when you're doing the kind of the ratio epoxy to fiberglass, whenever you're doing fiberglass work, is about 1-to-1 on ounces of epoxy to ounces of fiberglass. This is 4-ounce fiberglass, which means 1 square yard weighs 4 ounces. And I think you're looking at probably, I don't know, just under 2 yards to cover the bottom here. Which would be, I don't know, 7 to 8 ounces of cloth, which would be good for, 7 to 8 ounces of epoxy.
Perfect.
Yeah, and again, meter that out. If you get that spread out and you still have a few dry spots and you're not able to pull from somewhere, then you can just work in small batches to kind of fill those dry spots. But you want it just good saturation all the way to the edge.
Great. And we're struggling a bit here with some not wrinkles, but when you drag around across the cloth, it kind of starts to, before it's really stuck in, it starts to bunch up a bit. So we're trying to work it out as well as we go.
Yeah, and you can actually put some tension toward the edges of the cloth to kind of help pull some of those wrinkles and waves out as well.
Mm-hmm.
But I generally like to kind of keep my mass of epoxy towards the center. of the part that I'm working on and then work towards the edges. And that kind of helps on keeping it kind of smooth. And Liam right now, he's got an 1/8 inch drill bit for those holes that are around the perimeter and on the interior of that bottom plank. He's just unplugging those holes just with an 1/8 inch drill bit, just shooting it through. And that should make room for our zip ties when we're ready to stitch the boat together.
Joel and Liam.
Yep.
I'm just a hair behind you here. So going around the edges, I've trimmed the fiberglass. So now take my sand block around the edges and just whatever.
Yeah, so you can take your sanding block and just work around the edge. You want to just kind of flush it back up to that cut edge of the plywood.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's going nice and flush there.
Great. Thank you.
You can be fairly aggressive with it. It's not you shouldn't have to worry too much about detrimentally burning into the plywood.
To figure out where there's groups. Where do we still need some? Hey, Joel.
Do for you.
So I think we've got our bottom wetted out. We wound up with about, I'd say, maybe a ½ ounce extra of epoxy. And I'm double checking that actually right now. Yeah, maybe actually like almost like closer to an ounce extra. I don't know if we should continue, continue to try to get it in, or if it looks wetted out, if we should leave it, or what.
No, if it's wet out, I would leave it alone. Yeah, you basically just want just enough epoxy to get all the weave saturated. Excuse me. And what you can do, anything that's left over, if you want to drop some, you can start using that as your kind of thickened or your adhesive blend for doubling up those parts.
Got it. And then for doubling up those parts, I'm sorry for asking the same question twice here, but we want to just go straight to the thickened adhesive. We don't want to wet out both surfaces before we put the thickened adhesive in there.
Yeah, I think as long as you're fairly liberal with your epoxy and you don't over thicken it, you shouldn't have a problem. Because the reason, a lot of times with your bonding surfaces, you want to wet out ahead of time, just so you're not starving your joint. You're not starving your joint with the glue because you get some absorption from the wood. As long as you don't over thicken the epoxy and you're not sparing with the epoxy, you shouldn't have that problem when you're bonding those two surfaces.
Okay, gotcha. And then how long until this bottom piece you think will be cured up enough for our next step?
How warm is it in your apartment?
Well, we got the windows open and it's about 60, 65 outside right now.
Okay. I mean, because this is a slow setting epoxy, which is nice for working time, but it does take a bit of time to start to kick off and to cure. I would say probably 3 hours.
Okay. Yeah, no
At
problem.
least I would give a minimum of 3 hours.
Gotcha.
And you can also kind of check if you've got kind of on the edges, you can feel that epoxy. Once it gets to kind of past like a honey kind of sticky consistency, there's enough grab there, enough purchase that it's your glass is not going to float to the surface when you put a second coat on.
Gotcha. Okay. Understood. All right, we'll move on to the doubling operation.
Okay.
Hey, Joel. Hey, Joel. Shoot, I don't know if you can hear me.
Type it in the chat. We can hear you. You can't hear us.
Oh, okay. I can hear you guys now.
All right.
I don't know if I can hear Joel though. He may be muted.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, there you are. Yep. Just wondering, with the quart size pumps, how much epoxy you think I should start with for this for the thickening stuff?
With that, I mean, again, you can, one nice thing is you do have the freedom to kind of work in smaller batches than we are. But you could do, 2 or 3 pumps of the hardener at a time. So if you were to do 3 pumps of hardener, obviously 6 pumps of resin. That size batches, I mean, it's going to take a bit of epoxy to get through all the glue up. And with that epoxy system, you do have a pretty wide open pot life, pretty long working time with that.
Okay.
You don't necessarily have to work in just single pump batches because yours are.
Gotcha. And then we're going to be doubling up the transoms with those transom doublers. We'll be doing the skegs with 3 layers. And then should we be doing the quarter knees as well, or?
Yeah, the quarter knees will be in there as well. And when you get to the quarter knees, they are a little bit tricky, just on how they lay out. They're not all because they're 2 different size pieces that go together to make that quarter knee.
Got it. Okay.
And I'll be able to, I can show you with our parts here on the best orientation for those when you get to them.
Okay, sure. Yeah. So we'll start with the transoms, move to the skegs. I'll just use any extra epoxy I have for the seams on that temporary jig. And then I'll check in with you before I start on those quarter knees.
Okay. So, yeah, with that tip jig too, just making sure that it's set square as possible. You don't want it to be bent. That little piece of toast size transom doubler, actually, it's a square corner on that. That's what we use for just pressing that into the corner to make sure that it's back to square.
That's a good call. We'll do.
If you want. Yeah, right by too on the non-glass, the bottom side of that plank, where those holes were in that bottom plank, if you got some epoxy that kind of worked through and had some buildup around those tab holes, you can go through and you can scrape those off or you can or sand them off flush just to get them. Just get that work down because eventually we're gonna have to glass that side as well. But yeah, we're just kind of in the mode of getting everything pretty and ready for stuff to go together.
Hey, Liam, I'm just confirming the tape is staying on for now, huh? The blue tape? Just working on the small holes, right? Hey, Joel. Kate. Can you hear me? You can hear me? Yeah, cool. The blue tape is staying on the bottom for now.
Yeah, I'll leave that blue tape on there. Can you hear me now? Yeah, we'll just leave it on there. It's not really hurting anything. We'll probably just pull that off next weekend when we have the boat all stitched together and we flip it over and start working on the bottom.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, and then kind of the last step, kind of once we've got all the edges cleaned up, all our holes cleaned out, is we would just want to knock the shine off the fiberglass surface here. We're mostly, it's not imperative that we get the entire surface at this moment. But there are certain places, especially along the edges, and then where all the structures are going to be installed in the boat. So it wouldn't hurt, just to kind of run through with that sandpaper, and you're basically just kind of putting a nice scuff on the entire surface. You're just looking to knock the shine off of that epoxy, and just kind of doing a quick sand. The reason for that is that when we go to when we put all the parts in the boat, the bulkheads, the planking, we're going to have to kind of tack weld this all together with some epoxy. And then when we come back and run our structural fillets in, we're going to need a good bonding surface. And that scuffed up surface from the sandpaper is going to allow a good mechanical bond, good physical bond of that epoxy. But if we wait and do it once it's all stitched together, it's going to be really difficult to get into all those nooks and crannies to be able to prep that surface. So the best time to do that is right now, and you're just kind of wanting to hit that whole surface. And again, it's doing enough sanding there to kind of scuff it up. If you see any kind of low points or shiny points, you just want to make sure to dull those up pretty nice. And I mean, right now we're just kind of motoring through all those steps. They're going to get us set up to kind of dive head first in getting our boat assembled this afternoon. I think that's kind of what we're working towards is getting all the prep done before lunch, and then after lunch, we'll dive in and start the assembly process of the boat. One thing you can do as well with that sandpaper, if it starts to get a little gummed up, because that epoxy's still a little green. Yeah, you can see how you have the kind of the multicolor. Anywhere that's not opaque, it still needs to get scuffed. That makes sense. Yeah, and when we're scuffing up this bottom, I mean, the place is, I mean, it's good to do the whole thing, but again, it's really important that we just really knock the shine off of that, kind of that inch outer edge, and then around where all the, kind of the, in between all the tab points. Because those are the areas that are gonna get those structural bonds. The rest, we'll be able to, kind of the more open space here, we'll be able to come back, you know, in a day or two or next weekend and be able to sand that a little easier because that epoxy would have gotten to a full cure. can pull that plastic off if you need to.
Fantastic.
The joys of boat building. What's up? Yeah, that is the disadvantage of having that, because it takes a while for that epoxy to cure. It tends to want to gum up on you a little bit, but I've been concentrating on those edges, and then again concentrating where those around where those tabs come through, where the structures are going to be, allow us to ensure a good bond of those parts, and then we'll be able to do a little better sanding job once that epoxy fully cures next weekend. Beauty. Getting into building boats for a living made me very fond of listening to podcasts. Because when you have to spend an entire week sanding a boat, keeping your mind busy is a good thing.
On TV, wait. Joel, I'm noticing your shirt. Have you done the 70-48 or the race to Alaska?
I have not done the race to Alaska. I did do 70-48 last year.
How was that?
It was the most miserable experience of my entire life,
Oh, God.
but probably
Okay.
the most gratifying experience of my life. So I'd actually, I was signed up to do it again this year, but luckily they canceled it.
Just physically super demanding? Was that the brutal part, or the
Yeah, so
weather?
I rode it. I rode it in a slide seat. It was a tandem wherry, but it's definitely more on the performance side than what most people think of as a wherry.
Yep.
It was a great experience for me because it was. I built that boat as part of the programming through the Northwest School of Wood Boat Building when I was a student.
Yeah.
And so I was able to build the boat. It was a new design by Brandon Davis at Turnpoint Design in Port Townsend. So we kind of got to help in building it, designing it, and then kind of its inaugural run was racing it 70-48.
Wow.
And I rode it with one of the instructors at the boat school, Leland Gibson. And for two guys who had absolutely no idea what they were doing, we did pretty well.
I'm sure your body, yeah. And have you rode on a sliding seat before, like in a racing shell or anything like that?
No, I'd been on a rowing machine.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was Leland and I were both kind of in the same boat. We didn't really know what we were doing, but
Hey.
I think we're both. I think we are fairly competitive in our attitudes towards most things, and so we just started rowing and didn't stop until we got to Port Townsend. So, which was it took us just a couple minutes over 15 hours.
Wow. And then you couldn't move for a week, right?
It was more than a week.
Oh man.
I was starting to get motor function back after about a week. But no, I mean, it was great. It's really neat being able to see the Puget Sound at night, kind of the Seattle skyline. Everything seems like you can reach out and touch it, even though it's miles away.
That's really cool.
But yeah, we finished 13th out of 117.
Nice. Wow. That's impressive.
And I was set to do it again this year in the same boat, just with a new partner. One of the bigger limiting factors of our team was that I'm 6'4" and Leland's 5'8".
Uh-huh.
And when you're
So
in a
you just-
tandem slide seat rowing boat, it doesn't translate well to efficient function.
Different stroke and the whole thing, yeah. Wow. And is that boat a lapstrake hull or whatever the other style of hull is? You know what I mean? What's the style of the hull?
It's a stitch and glue. Basically just it's ultralight stitch and glue similar to this. But it did have the shear strake was a lap stitch, which that's what this boat is. Just to make it look nice and give it kind of that give it kind of a little more classy look. But the idea of behind the design was it's basically it's going to be used as a platform to help get kids rowing, kind of in more performance oriented style slide seat boats. So it's got a ton of positive buoyancy. It's fully decked, and you just have a small little well for your feet. which allows you, if the boat gets completely swamped, you can still row it. It's almost kind of like a sit on top ocean kayak where it self bails, the deck self bails. And you just wanted something a little more stable than your traditional rowing shell and something a little faster than your traditional wherry.
Yeah, sounds really cool. Really cool. It's been neat to see how those races have just taken off, man. Really captured people's imagination, and it's definitely tapped into something.
Yeah. But it's definitely a bummer. I know they're going to kind of keep some traffic going with emails and social media blasts with the R2AK and 7048 stuff, but hopefully next year it'll come back bigger, stronger than ever, because I think people are going to be really ready to dive in and do fun stuff like that. Yeah, and then kind of once we're kind of mowed, I don't know how everybody's looking as far as the wonderful world of sanding. But I think what we could do is it's 12:30 now. Once you find yourself, you kind of run out of things to do with the sanding. Take a lunch break, take a break, and then I think we'll kind of I was thinking maybe hit the ground running about 1:30, and we'll start the assembly process, start gluing some stuff on, stitching some stuff onto the boat.
Sounds good.
So, and I'll be in and around the shop. So if anybody's got any questions, kind of in the break time, feel free to shoot, and I can walk through anything that you got questions about or concerns. And but yeah, otherwise I think 1:30 should be a good restarting point. Yep.
Oh, Josh, sorry.
Joel,
Sorry.
Joel.
The keel on the plans on the keel, it showed a thin piece of hard wood on the bottom of the keel.
Yep.
I don't think that didn't come with the kit though.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't come with the kit. It's kind of one of those. It's kind of like an optional accessory, and I'll be able to walk you through kind of the steps to adding that once we get into next weekend as well. You'll see that it's kind of notched in that keelson there. Yeah, a little kind of a piece of hardwood or even a piece of thin plywood works well. And what that does is it just adds runners if you're going to be beaching the boat a lot, kind of launching the beach from the beach a lot. Kind of it just helps with the wear and tear.
Okay.
At 1:30, you said?
Yeah, I think 1:30. That'll give everybody time to take a break.
Thank you.
And maybe grab some lunch, and we'll get hit the ground running. And we're gonna kind of first thing we'll do when we get back from lunch is install the skegs, and then we'll get it flipped over and we can start assembling.
Fun. All right. Bye-bye.
Hey, Joel.
Yes, sir.
So we're just to give you a status update on our situation here. We've got the transom doublers glued up and drying. We've got one of the skegs glued up and drying, and we're almost done with this next skeg. We'll move right into the quarter knees from there, and then making sure we glue up that temp jig square. After we do that, what should we be looking to? What's like the next step we should be looking at after that?
So once you get, and you've got once the glass is on, and all the pieces you've got all the doubled pieces and all the doublers on and the quarter knees and such, you're kind of at a holding pattern. The last step for you would be just doing the fill coat of epoxy on the bottom plank, because you've got that wet out coat. You'll come back and do another round of epoxy there, get it spread out. And that's going to kind of create that protective barrier to protect that fiberglass. And at that point, you're just kind of it's kind of a hurry up and wait. There's not a whole lot you're going to be able to do just because you're waiting on glue to dry.
Got it. So if we shoot, I should have looked at the time when we were wetting out the fiberglass. I don't know if you remember how long ago we did that, but I'm gonna guess it was like maybe like an hour or two ago. An hour
Yeah,
ago,
it's probably that. Maybe 2 hours ago.
maybe 2 hours ago. So then by the time we're only just finishing up the second skeg. By the time we finish this second skeg and the knees and the temp jig, we have to do the seats too. Um, do you think we'll be at a good point to come back and do another fill coat on this bottom piece?
Yeah, I think so. And then that's also, it's something you can do. You can kind of judge, is just seeing if that epoxy is just starting to kind of tack up. You're basically waiting for it to get to a point where it's tacky enough that it doesn't float on you when you put the second coat of epoxy on there.
Okay.
But yeah, I think once you're done gluing everything up, kind of check it, and then you should be able to put that next coat of epoxy on.
Got it. Okay. And then quick question on these puzzle piece, the puzzle joints there. So the best practice there is probably to put, make them, put the puzzle pieces in together, put tape on one side, flip it, and then wet out and glue that joint. Is that right?
Yeah. So I mean, it's see if I can find them. Yeah, the two you're gonna kind of looking are pay a little more attention to is the thinner puzzle joints, just because they're not going to hold themselves together as much as that big, as the big puzzle joint here. But generally speaking, you can do a tack in a couple of ways. You can go ahead and put a little that thickened epoxy in the puzzle joint, put it together. If you've got a flat surface, you can lay it down with plastic under it on top of it and put a little weight there to hold it in place. You can also just come over, put a clamp over top of that puzzle joint, can help. But you're basically wanting to get enough epoxy in there and hold it in place just so it kind of sets and will stay. Because once we install the seats over these doublers, this is all going to kind of get buried. So you're not looking to make it. It doesn't have to be super pretty. You just want it to all be kind of in line and straight.
Gotcha. And that's that piece. And then with the larger one, there's enough grip there that we think it'll more or less hold itself in place. We just need to
and so what Liam and I did, or Liam did, is he just went through, wet out that surface with that adhesive thickened epoxy. This is a pretty snug joint when you're putting it together. So I generally recommend test fitting puzzle joints. This one I don't, just in the fact that it is so tight. But yeah, you get that epoxy in there and then just snug them up and then make sure they're pretty well seated. And we actually, once he did that, he just kind of leaned it up against the bench and let it do its thing.
Cool. Got it. So there's no need to, so once we get the epoxy in there, we can just wipe it clean and just set it up against a wall to cure. Same deal with that guy. And then the other, like the thinner ones, we can do it the way that you suggested too.
Yeah. And the thinner ones there, because they will tend to shift a bit. But a lot of times here, like this one, you get both of those glued in. If you just lay it on a flat surface with some plastic under it, you can tape it. If you want to, you can put a little weight. You just wanted to hold it in proper registration while that epoxy cures.
Got it. I'll tell you what, flat surface in our 650 square foot apartment is becoming to quite a premium, but I feel like we'll be able to find a place for it.
Very understandable.
Yeah. All right. Right on. So we'll just keep rolling on this, and hopefully we'll be done with all that by the time you guys get back from lunch.
Okay.
And when was that, by the way? Sorry, I might have missed that. Is that 1:30 for you guys? So that'll be 4:30 for us?
Yeah. So we were thinking of kind of reconvening at 1:30. So it'd be 4:30 Eastern.
Gotcha. Okay. All righty. We'll forge on and check in with you then.
Sounds good.
All right. Thanks.
Find something to eat. Find something to eat. Hot dog.
Spicy Thai pepper sauce.
around. I think I forgot to hit play on the time lapse.
You haven't done it all today.
I think I did.
Well, right now is when it's actually gonna. You'd probably want to
Turn into a boat shape.
We're ready. I think everybody's back from lunch. I don't. Well, maybe I hadn't seen Warren. Yeah, I think we'll give it a couple more minutes. This is waiting for Warren to jump back in here, and then we'll start motoring on getting this boat assembled.
There it was.
Yeah, getting started here. We're gonna need our temp jig. We're gonna stitch that on the boat, and we're gonna need our skegs. Those are gonna be our first parts that get stuck on. And we'll go ahead and flip over our bottom plank. So tape side up. So the non-glass side is gonna be up. We're gonna stitch in this. We're gonna first stitch in the temp jig. And then we're going to move to bonding on our skegs. So that'll be our kind of our first steps post lunch, and that's going to start inducing shape into our bottom plank, and it's going to allow us to flip it over. This temp jig, what it does is on the workspace when the boat's flipped over and you're assembling it, it puts the proper rocker in the bottom of the boat to allow you to induce the correct shape throughout the build, and then on the aft end of the boat, that those skegs are going to serve as the same purpose, just kind of keeping everything in line, keeping everything in the right shape for getting it built. So kind of diving in, we're going to get Liam to jump in here and start pushing some zip ties through. But your temp jig, you'll find on the forward end, on the bow end of that bottom plank, you're going to have 4 sets of 2 holes. And when you put that temp jig on, those holes are going to line up with the holes that are in the temporary jig. And what we're looking at doing there is coming up, kind of threading a zip tie kind of through each hole. So it's 3 holes. And this is just an opportunity to temporarily hold this temp jig in place. Because once the boat's fully assembled, we're going to be able to just cut this off and kind of set it off to the side, and we're not going to necessarily need it as part of the build anymore. But yeah, you're basically just you're threading that zip tie through, and I'm going to get that pulled down as tight as possible. And I'm going to repeat that same process in the other 3 sets of holes. That way, this jig will be well attached to the bottom of the boat. And the orientation of that, it'll pretty much tell you, just because that jig will only go in one place. Those 4 sets of holes are only on one end of the boat. And again, when you get those zip ties, you get them clicked in, we want to snug those into place the best we can.
Does it matter? Let me just see. You've got the tails on the inside of the jig. Is that right?
The
I'm
of
just-
the
The zip. Does it matter which way the zip ties run?
no, it's just anywhere you can kind of get good purchase where you can kind of grab and just pull that zip tie tight. I tend to kind of run it down, back through, kind of making a U. Then you can kind of put it in place, thread it through, and then zip it
Perfect.
tight there.
Thank you.
And it doesn't have to be like, you don't have to get Herculean with it when you're tightening it down. You just want it to be fairly snug so it doesn't move around, because the weight of the boat's going to sit on it. It just, ideally, you just don't want it to move. Yeah, when it's done, it should just be kind of attached. Doesn't have really much wiggle. No wiggles, even better. But that's just kind of set up there. So again, it's just going to help induce some of that final shape of the bottom when we're stitching it together. Looks like Warren's still attaching that temp jig. Once he gets that on here in a minute, we'll move on to getting these skegs installed. Alrighty, so now that we've kind of got our temp jig in place, we're looking to start on the skeg install. Liam, if you want, let's switch this around. Actually, you stay right there. I'll switch cameras.
Is it on?
Yeah, it's on. Is it unplugged? Click it. Oh. There we have lost our video feed.
Quick restart. Any luck?
I mean, it's not registering the cameras in general.
Oh, just move the other camera or flip the boat around.
What's up?
Or we just move the other camera or flip the boat around.
Well, that's the problem is I'm not showing either camera. Where did you click?
Over here, I just switched cameras.
No, on here.
Yeah, I just switched cameras.
Did you do it? You did it off the start video?
Oh, here, it's muted. There we go. Probably my fault.
What's up?
It's probably my fault.
Everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you, but I can't see you.
Those skegs in position. They're pretty easy to register. There's no side to side. One side doesn't go to a side there, but they're both equal. So either or, you're just kind of making sure that those will line up, kind of fit in those tabs. Because what we're going to do is we're going to wet this out with epoxy, and we're going to bond these into place until for their final fit. So you do want to make sure that those are going to fit into the tabs when we zip tie them into place. So it's just kind of picking up that bottom piece, making sure that they will kind of move flush into those holes, because if they stand up a bit, it'll make it a little more difficult to get them to fit tight.
Foxy? Or zip ties?
Let's see if they can.
I think it's not going to bother them. It's only bothering us. Okay. Do you guys hear the power tool going on in the other room?
Yeah, but it's not crazy.
Okay, just as long as it's not drowning us out, as long as you can hear us.
So kind of getting prepped for installing these skegs. Once you got the fit in place, is go ahead and is you take a zip tie, start from the top, work it under, and for these, to get these to be long enough, we're gonna end up having to double these up. But going in and having them in place is a good thing. That way, when we come back with our thickened epoxy, You're not having to kind of scramble around, working around wet, sticky stuff. So, and the two sets of holes, one, the forward set is going to be right in front of where that tab registers into the bottom. The second, you're actually going to stitch it through the handle, the carrying handle for those keels. And it's important too with this step that we get a nice snug fit, that it goes into its home well, because we're actually going to bond it in, and then it's just going to sit on these skegs so we can move on to the next steps while the glue's drying. And for now, we're just getting those zip ties into place. We don't want to zip anything down tight right now, because we've still got to pull the skegs out and get a nice coat of epoxy on the boat as well as on those skegs.
You said something about doubling up the zip tie. Should we just go ahead and do that now?
Sorry, I missed that.
You said that we need to double the length of the zip ties, so we should go ahead and do that now.
Yeah, so I just went ahead and put that second zip tie on there. Basically push it down until it clicks a couple times. We'll just need the extra length to be able to get it through. The electric beaver.
Oh, they call that?
The moto beaver. Yeah, once you've got those zip ties in place, we've kind of got the orientation of these skegs. Let's go ahead and mix up some epoxy. We're just going to go with the single pump of hardener, 2 pumps of resin for our mix up here, and that should be more than plenty. And we'll get, again, we're going to just do a kind of a minimum of 1 minute on that mix up, so we know we're well incorporated with that epoxy.
How much epoxy are we mixing up?
It's just 1 pump of hardener, 2 pumps of resin. So the smallest batch possible. Because we won't need any more for a bit after this. Mix, 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 scrape, scrape, scrape. All right, now we've got the epoxy mixed up. I'm going to grab a brush, and we're going to use just that unthickened epoxy, and we're going to wet out the surface that's going to get bonded to the bottom, both on the skeg faces as well as on the boat. We want to just get a nice kind of even, light kind of wet out of those surfaces. What this is doing, end grain of plywood tends to be almost like a sponge when working with an epoxy. If we were just going to go straight to our thickened, which we're going to use a pretty thick mixture here, that wood could potentially starve that filler of its resin, kind of drawing it out, and you end up with kind of a poor bond or a glue-starved bond. So kind of pre-wetting out, it allows it to kind of really soak in to the end grain of that plywood, seal it up, and once it all cures up, it just makes it all one big piece. Kind of unfortunately too, with the mix that we have, with the pumps we have, because it's a larger volume kit and a larger volume pump, we may have a little bit of waste epoxy after this, but should be okay. We should have still more than plenty to get the job done. And once we've got those keel pieces wet out, just like Liam's doing, we kind of move to the bottom plank, and we just want to paint a nice stripe of epoxy, kind of where that keel piece is going to lie on the boat. Switch sides. Just so.
Huh?
We were just staring at the back of your neck.
Cool.
Alrighty. Hold on, Liam. We're not going to. Oh, I thought you were going to put it in place. So once you've got it all wet out with those keels, the next step is we're going to move over to our wood flour. And we want to make a structural blend for that epoxy. And this is kind of what whenever I talk about a fillet blend, it's kind of the same thing. And this is a thickness of epoxy that allows that epoxy to basically stand up on itself, where it won't drip and it won't sag. So we're going to add enough wood flour that it comes out as kind of a creamy peanut butter consistency. It's enough where when you pull it up on the stick, it doesn't sag off. But on the other hand, is if you want to add kind of a little bit at a time to thicken it up, you start with a good bit, but keep adding to get it to the right consistency, because if you go too much, you'll end up with chunky peanut butter, and that's a little less ideal in workability. Let's see what you got.
Oh, we're far from good.
About 3 more of those. It does tend to thicken up just a little bit once it's mixed, as it really absorbs into that wood flour. But again, you're just looking for really good incorporation of the two parts.
Oops. Almost a disaster.
Did you drop it? Yeah, you put that much more in.
Again.
It does take a bit of the filler to get it to that nice thick consistency we're looking for. Because what we're going to do is we're going to want a good bit of squeeze out when we cinch these zip ties down on these parts. And we're going to kind of radius that squeeze out as a structural fillet to hold those parts on. And we just don't want that to sag down off of the part. We'll probably still have a good bond of the keel in place, but it'll make for more work sanding off those globs that drip down in future steps.
Does this look about right?
Yeah, so you can actually go a little bit thicker. You see how it's still kind of slouching off of that mixing stick? Oh. And one disadvantage is that we're having to, this is a much more volume of epoxy than we actually need. But because that's, you can't half pump it, we're just having to kind of go just a hair more. That's it. Yeah, so when you pull it up, you got those kind of peaks of epoxy. You hold that stick up and it doesn't fall off. That's kind of what we're looking for. Because that just means it's going to hold up on its own weight once we apply it. Once you got it all mixed up, the next thing we're gonna do is take that mixing stick and we only need to apply the thickened epoxy to the keels themselves. And you don't need to put it on top of the tabs that come through. But you almost want to make a kind of a peaked surface with that epoxy. You're gonna smear it on like you would about the consistency of peanut butter on a peanut butter sandwich. You can go pretty heavy with this stuff because once we get it on, we get the squeeze out, we'll be able to come back and clean up the excess later. And don't be afraid to smear it on. Almost got iced coffee.
Nah. Overrated. Time.
Yeah, we'll give it just another minute, and then we can get those skegs installed. Yeah, the handles in the skegs make it really nice for transporting the boat. I actually find when I'm carrying the boat, if it's just myself, can actually kind of put those handles behind your head and just carry the boat on your back, almost like a turtle shell. Kind of finished out without the sail kit. The boat is going to weigh 32 to 35 pounds ish. So, which makes for a real nice, easy to handle, easy for one person to handle. Kind of go anywhere, car top anywhere boat. We don't have too much left. Maybe. May find a home for that extra epoxy. Alrighty, so how are we looking on getting those skegs nice and schmooed up?
I mean, home.
No, I'd save it. No, we can go into assembly in the next step. Well, because that's not enough there to worry about, especially if you keep it spread out on the side of the cup. And that way, if we find a use for the leftover epoxy and ladder steps, we'll definitely take advantage of it. All right, so kind of moving into getting those skegs installed. You basically just want to lay those skegs into place where the tabs register into the bottom where they're supposed to go. And I kind of start just if you get the first one into place, it'll definitely help when you get the second one. Getting the second one lined up, because you'll notice that as the bottom plank lays on a flat surface, you've got that camber that you've got to induce into that skeg. So when you're tightening that zip tie, you can actually reach your hand under there, underneath it, kind of push up if that helps. But the idea is that we want to try and get that zip tie kind of reefed down as tight as we can. And Liam, what you may do is go ahead and get both of them kind of. So Liam's going to get both of those zip ties, kind of go ahead and get them attached, get them clicked in, and then he'll be able to just kind of keep increasing the tension on each one of those zip ties. If your fingers are sticky.
Slippery. Purchase.
Try this outside one. I think it may be
It's not
easier.
clicked in over here.
And if you have a pair of pliers handy, seems to have kind of really helped Liam in that, getting those zip ties a little tighter.
Tie fail.
What happened?
Just the zip tie broke. I don't know why, but it did.
One thing you do, Liam, grab those corner knees, those quarter knees, and lay it kind of in the middle of that camber. And when you, if you push down and then try and tighten with the other hand, it'll help take that.
I don't have enough hands.
And as you get that tighter, you should be seeing some squeeze out where you're getting that excess epoxy kind of pushing out each side. One thing that's going to happen as well is if it's still kind of lifting, say in the center of that skeg or towards the tip of the skegs, when we flip the boat over, it's going to, the bottom plank is going to be in more of a natural camber kind of sag, and that's going to take some of that movement out. But we want it tight enough that with that skeg in place, that when you wiggle it back and forth, that it's not going to slip out on you. Because again, we're going to be kind of working on this surface. And if that were to shift while we're working and we don't catch it, it could potentially you'll end up with a boat that may like to turn one direction or the other a little more. And, once you get that first one in place, we'll move over to number 2.
Oh, damn it.
And one thing you'll notice too, kind of what Liam's doing to help kind of put a little bit more bow in that bottom plank is he took the set of those quarter knees and laid it just right underneath that skeg. So when you push down, it kind of helps give you a little bit more pointed tension to allow you to kind of really work those ties a little tighter.
Stretching the zip tie now. Can you hand me those pliers, please?
Oh, good.
God damn it.
Wonky or no?
fine. Just zip tie stretch it. Yeah. How are we feeling about getting those zipped in? I know it can be it's a little tight getting those because especially working with those kind of hard corners of the skegs, it kind of will kind of catch on your zip tie a bit sometimes. I would leave it. So what we're going to do is we're going to fillet that. Okay. We'll sweep it with the mixing stick. Just kind of push that extra into the corner. And when we've got those skegs installed, ideally we put enough of that fillet blend, that thickened peanut buttery epoxy, that we got some squeeze out. And what we're going to do is any of that extra squeeze out, you take that rounded end of those mixing sticks and just kind of try and push as much of that extra epoxy into that corner as we can. That's just going to kind of help fill any gaps and just kind of help kind of bridge that bottom plank to the skegs. And then with the zip ties where they are, if we get a little extra epoxy on there, we'll be able to kind of cut those and shave those down if we have to leave them in. But if they decide they don't want to come out. So when you run that, try and go. So you're not trying to remove any as much as you are just trying to kind of keep that at a 45. And if it doesn't catch it, then you can kind of come back with your finger and a glove. Will help. But ideally, we're just trying to push the excess into push that excess into that corner more than we're trying to take it out, if that makes sense.
Hey, Joel.
Yep.
Sorry, I don't know if you called for us earlier. We were getting some work done on the inside of the apartment, but we're waiting for all this stuff to dry. Just an update on our status. We've got the transom doublers glued up. We've got the skegs glued up, quarter knees glued up. We've got all the puzzle joints, which I think are just the bigger puzzle joint, the kind of U-shaped one, and then the single one.
Yep.
Glued up, and then we've also got the temp jig glued up, and that's kind of where we're at right now. I think I remember you saying the next thing we'd want to do is put a fill coat of epoxy on our bottom here to give it a little extra protection, and so we can sand without taking off the fiberglass.
Correct.
know if we're ready for that yet.
Okay. Yeah, I mean it's kind of a waiting game with that epoxy because it is a slow setting epoxy, and because we've got it so metered out, it's going to take it takes a bit of time to set. Yeah, I think it's and you're just kind of waiting for that to get kind of a honey. I would say a honey consistency is probably good. Yeah, and from there you're just it's kind of a hurry up and wait because all those parts that's all going to be integral into the next steps, and getting going from there. And so I think I don't know kind of what your schedule looks like. If you want to get, I can jump on here a couple hours early tomorrow, which I could help you kind of get caught up to where to kind of to the rest of the group and starting to do the assembly and the kind of the steps that we're working on right now.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think I'm hoping to push. I mean, I don't know if there's anything else we can do to speed things along right now. It sounds like not. I think, I think the only thing it sounds like we might be able to do today is maybe in an hour or two, put that fill coat on, or in a couple hours, I guess, put that fill coat on. Do we need to do that at a certain set? Can we just wait for it to cure completely to do that? Or should we do that while it's still a little tacky? Would that be better?
I mean, and the most ideal is if you you want it to still be a little tacky. I would do the fill coat sometime today. Is the most ideal, just because that's going to give you the best chemical bond,
right?
The most ideal chemical bond. But if it were 10 minutes from now or 3 hours from now, I don't think it would make that much of a difference.
Yeah, I think we're fine doing it later. I just don't want to do it too early. You know what I mean?
Okay. Sure.
wanna
Yeah, and I think, if you're doing it today, if you've got the time and you want to wait a little bit, that's probably a good thing.
Yeah, I think, oh, man, I really should have paid attention to the time when we were doing the fill cut. I think it was around like maybe 3 hours ago, 3.5 hours ago.
Well, we all got started it's probably about 4 hours ago, probably close to 4 hours.
Yeah. Okay.
And that was we did our first coat. Yesterday when we did it, it was about, what was it? We probably finished up at about 11. And then we recoated after lunch, which was about 2:15.
Okay. Got it. So then maybe we'll give it another because I just touched it now, not like trying to put too many, like just the edge bits that are filled, and it's definitely sticky. Like it's got that tacky stick, but I feel like I'd feel better if I just gave it another like half hour to an hour, then I would be good, because it's a little cooler where we are right now. It's like 60, 65.
Okay.
So,
yeah, nowhere. I don't think there won't be any detriment to waiting a little longer.
Okay. So then that's what we'll do then. We'll wait. And I think you guys are going to run for another 2.5 hours, I think, right?
Yeah, we'll be around for a good bit. We're probably going to run the full length of the class today. We were done a bit early yesterday, but.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, we'll be around. So if you want to just stay with us or come back later, and we'll still be here.
Okay, super. So then what we'll do is I'll probably give it another hour, and then we'll do that fill coat. And then after that, I don't know if there's anything else we'll be able to do today. And we'll pick it up again tomorrow morning, it sounds like.
Okay. Yeah, and I can be in touch this evening, and we can kind of make a game plan there if you want.
Yeah, no, sounds good. I mean, I guess it's probably too early to try to, even after we put the fill coat in, we'll have to wait for that to cure before we can throw the skegs on there, and it wouldn't make sense to try to do anything else tonight, right?
Right. Yeah, you want that because basically when you get the fill coat, you're not going to be able to do anything until it gets to where you can handle it. So it's basically dry to the touch.
Yeah. So we'll just have to wait until tomorrow morning. Okay. All right. Well, that makes things easy then. Okay. So we'll just come back in an hour then, do that fill coat, and then we can figure out what timeline works tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay. Awesome. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, and so what Liam's done is he's come in here and he's got any of that squeeze out. He's kind of basically just took a gloved finger because we didn't have a ton of squeeze out, and just pushed what was left in there, and then also picked up anything that was excess.
Oh,
What's up?
damn it.
Oh. If you have any excess epoxy that kind of came out to the side or build up the sides of these skegs, now's a good time to get that out of the way. Just because, I mean, any epoxy that's on that surface now is going to set up, it's going to dry, and it's just going to add to the amount of sanding, kind of fairing that off later. So kind of the cleaner the better.
The middle part of the skeg, you know, the curved portion, this feels like it could be tighter to the
So you said kind of in the middle?
yeah, between the two zip ties. Is that, I mean, does it need to be like snug and
Well, so one thing that's happening here is we're actually fighting the shape of the boat of where it wants to go.
yes.
One thing that'll help that take shape is that when we flip it over and we're going to put a little weight kind of center mass of the boat, and it's going to let that bottom plank relax more into its natural position that it wants to be in, and it should kind of flex up and kind of fill in that gap. If for some reason if that epoxy does set and there's a little bit of gap here and there, it's okay, because we're going to eventually come back next weekend steps when we flip the boat over, prepping for the bottom glass. We're going to run a full fillet along the edge of that skeg that's really going to tie that to the bottom, and then we're going to actually run fiberglass up it as well. So a little bit of gaposis is not the end of the world. You just want to make sure that your zip ties are tight enough that when we flip the boat over now, that these aren't going to kind of walk one way or the other.
Yeah, I think I hauled on the zip ties a little too hard, so because I broke two of them, so now I think it's good.
Okay. Yeah, and once your skegs are all glued up, you like the position, you feel like they're good and tight, we'll actually go ahead and flip that bottom plank over and get ready to start assembling the boat. I would suggest having plastic underneath where those skegs are gonna sit. If you've got a little bit of epoxy there and you put it on that wood surface, you're just gonna have to get a pry bar to get it off. One thing you'll notice when you flip that boat over, the bottom plank's gonna want to sit flat. And the best way to remedy that is to take your gallon bottle of epoxy, and we're gonna dual purpose it into a clamp, and let that sit kind of right just forward of these two tabs, because that's going to be one of the spots that we're going to have to tie parts into the boat. And there'll actually be a couple times where we lift up so we can get better access underneath. But that's going to really kind of hold everything in place. And you'll see is that's really, really putting our boat more into the shape that it wants to be in. How are we looking?
Looking real good. No gaps.
This is an also opportunity. Once you get that flipped over, you're going to notice where those tabs come through the boat. You're probably still going to have a little bit of gap between the tabs and the bottom plank. If you don't, and you've got squeeze out coming through, that's great. You can just kind of wipe that with a rag, paper towel, or your finger, get rid of the excess there. If you do have some gaps, be a good use of a little bit of that extra epoxy, kind of push it down into those little gaps. Because tomorrow we're going to come by, or one of the days after today, and we're going to trim that tab off flush with the bottom of the boat. And this is just an extra precaution to get all the little gaps and holes filled. And Yep, and I just dropped that basically the big bottle of epoxy just kind of right in the middle. You'll see those where these tabs come through. We're going to basically build a wall around our temporary bottom weight. So when we're getting prepped for this next stage, the parts that we're going to pull out of our kit first are going to be the parts that are labeled LKR 1 and 2. They're going to look like this. There's 2 of them. And then the square thingy with the notchy thingy. Extra technical on the termage. Then we're also going to go looking for bulkhead 2, BHD2. These are the first parts of the interior of the boat, the structure of the boat that we want to get installed. And so those LKR 1 and 2, these are going to be tabbed into the boat. You'll notice that there are laps on the parts. Those laps are going to go to the outside. The letters go to the inside is the proper orientation there. And before we get started on that, we want to zip tie this fella in place.
Mm-hmm.
Just because once makes it a little tougher to get to. So what I've done here is pulled the weight off of that. I've got that LKR 2. Again, kind of be conscious of the lettering. I'm going to put that. This is going to go to the inside of that seat. So if you're not planning on painting the boat, if you do that, you're not having to worry about staring at that for the life of the boat. But you'll notice once it's in place, there's 2 sets of holes on either side of that plank, and we're going to take that zip tie, push it down, and then come back up through on the other side of that part. And that's going to be our zip tie that holds that part in place. And you can, with most of the zip ties that we're going to install, when we're putting these parts in to start, we're going to want to do a fairly loose fit. But with these structures that we're putting in right now, you can go ahead and kind of reef down and tighten those zip ties all the way. And that's that LKR 2. It's just going to be, I think that's fine. I mean, it's not a super imperative that it's. And then while we still have the weight off of the boat, we're going to go with the side pieces of this the seat, and we're going to start in this forward end. Get those tabs fitted in really nicely for the same reason is that we've got those holes that are a little bit, they're going to be hard to access when we got some weight and we've got the curve in that boat. So we're going to go ahead and get those tied in, and then we'll drop the back end in and be able to re-weight the center of the boat.
So I'm just catching up here. So I'm zip tying those pieces on, no glue or anything. And then the pieces up at the bow there, are those the bulkhead pieces?
Yeah, so this piece here is our bulkhead number 2.
2, okay, great.
Yeah, but what we did here is, yeah, you've got the LKR 1 and 2. You've got those laps. It'll all lay into each other, but we're just going ahead and getting the zip ties down at the bottom on the ends, just because we're going to reapply that weight. And those, once with the weight applied, it's just really hard to access those zip tie holes. If you're having some trouble with fit, you may have to kind of touch in there with a razor knife or something again to open that hole up. It may just be that there's just a little too much epoxy or glass. If you push too hard, what we don't want to do is put a crack in our plywood bottom. But it's probably just a little restricted. If it's not fitting, it's probably just a little restricted by a little too much epoxy and fiberglass. Yeah, and once you've got those side pieces kind of in place, you can actually kind of pull in all those parts with the bulkhead and start to just really work those into place. And then as it comes together, you're going to notice all the zip tie holes to hold all these parts together. And we're just making sure that as we go, we're filling those just so, because that's just going to help ensure that everything's in the right place. And So in a lot of these, with the when you're putting in the zip ties, one thing you'll find a lot of these holes can tend to become redundant, especially some of the ones that are hard to get to. But what you're looking at is mostly just the kind of an overall fit. And if you're looking good and everything's lining up nice, there are some of these holes that you're probably okay to skip. Most of the ones I'm kind of referring to is the kind of the back end of the seat box here, or maybe one or two of these on the inside. The ones that are really important are, forward to the sides where you're really inducing a lot of that shape. But you want to add as many zip ties as you can that give you a nice solid shape. And if there's a couple that you leave out, it's probably going to be fine. Because ultimately what we're going to do is this is just a temporary hold into place until we can get our structural fillets run on all those joints. And once we do that, the zip ties will be null and void. And throughout the build process, it is a good idea to kind of occasionally kind of make a quick glance at those skegs that we installed, just to make sure that they haven't shifted. Because if they have, and then the glue sets, you're in for some creative solutions to getting that fixed. I'd probably come in and just
Those, yeah, forgot about that.
top, I think it's the top corner. I think the two underneath it aren't going anywhere. And so, yeah, once we get this whole, this is all the kind of the substructure for the seats. Once we get all that in place, those are the zip ties that you can kind of really kind of tighten up, really put kind of in its permanent home. When we're moving forward past the step of installing this bulkhead and this seat, when we thread our zip ties, we actually want to be a little bit loose, not pull them all the way tight. Because there may need to be some adjustment that needs to be made as far as the plank orientation, the transom orientation. And if we pull those zip ties all the way tight on our planking, it's going to be really hard to do that without cutting the zip ties and reattaching new ones. Looks good.
Mm-hmm.
My time lapse is gone.
Joel, the transom doubler goes on the outside,
You're talking about the piece of
the bow
Oh.
doubler. That's on the outside.
transom doubler will be on the inside. Yeah, when you install the transom, that doubler is going to go to the inboard side of the boat.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. What's the forward piece of the seat box there?
Of the bulkhead.
Yeah.
That's BHD2. Yeah, and you've got the two bulkheads. It's the only one that'll fit in those tabs.
Okay. Thanks.
You have to get really creative to get those backwards.
So all my zip ties are attached and I am gonna yank down on these pretty hard or no?
Yeah, so for in this step with this bulkhead and seat structure, you can go ahead and tighten those down.
Okay.
As long as everything's lined up well, yeah, just go ahead and get those tight into place. The chances of those really being off is pretty minute. And that also gives us a good structure to kind of start at wrapping our planking around.
And the transom doubler that Scott was referring to, is that something I need to be thinking about right now, or is that just, that was separate thing?
I think it was just a separate thing. We're not worried about the transoms and their doublers as of yet. I think he was just kind of asking orientation, if that goes to the inside or outside. And we'll get to that when we get to that. It's not too far off. This thing's going to start looking like a boat here in a few minutes.
Time lapse experiment is over.
Can you just plug it in?
Yeah, but the cord is this long. One of the old ones.
And you can get a GoPro for cheap these days.
Yeah, only $400.
And once we get that seat structure and that forward bulkhead lined up in place, we're going to be moving up and installing that aft bulkhead. And that's BHD1. And this is the first piece we're going to start out with, kind of that we don't want to really tighten down on those zip ties. You want to just you want to snug them up just so it kind of holds it in place, but can still move, because we're going to be stitching some planks to it, and we don't want those to go wandering around.
Would have kept it in my mouth.
I saw that.
For one for this dang virus.
Yeah, I think you're gonna. Again, if it's a snug fit, if it's a snug fit or won't fit, it's probably just got a little too much epoxy fiberglass in those tab holes.
Still workable?
No.
No.
Feeling left out.
Right here, together.
I watched a video of one of the editors of Canoe Craft. It was Ted Moore's strip built canoe building book. And he built a canoe out of the Ted Moore's canoe building book. He paper macheed it over a mold
Nice.
and then fiberglass the inside and out.
There's a guy building skin on frame boats down on the beach by the boat haven, just on the beach. Let them dry out there, leave them out there, they just live there.
The tall, skinny young kid.
It's kind of a not super tall, red hair, big beard, big hair, flat brim kind of.
Yeah, there's a guy who went to boat school. He works at shipwrights, and he builds skin on frame tenders.
That's not fun.
Part-time gig. P1.
Right here.
Well, I'll hold off. Give it a few more minutes.
All right, I'm gonna do
I think we're still bulkheading. How's that going on there for you, Kate?
I'm about to do the last piece there. I was just making sure it's just by itself, right? There's no other frame that's attached.
Oh, the other bulkhead, yeah, it just kind of floats around out there on its own.
All right, I'll be done with that in just a minute.
Yeah, and again, that bulkhead there, remember to keep those zip ties a bit loose, just so it's got enough movement to move back and forth.
Okay.
Ready to go? The hard part today was the zip ties weren't long enough, and so to do the keels, we had to double up the zip ties.
Oh, yeah.
And I could not get them to, they kept slipping and stuff. Didn't go right. And I had my gloves on and tried to figure it. But I eventually got it. Do what?
All good where I am.
Up to where we are.
Yep.
Nope. Not sure where everyone else is. I mean, it's kind of just the keep on motor in process. So once you have both the bulkheads and the seat structure in, we're going to start with our planking. So you're looking into your box and you're wanting to pull out P1, and it'll be registered P1 and then bow, and that'll give you the orientation. And you want that to those oriented away where the registration faces to the inside of the boat. I believe P1 is the widest of the planks.
You are correct.
And the best way I've found for installing those, kind of moving into putting those planks on solo, is you can kind of see what Liam's doing, is I'll actually loosely zip tie each end into place. And that'll help you kind of induce some of that bend. Once you get both of those zip ties in place kind of loose, you'll come back to the middle and then work your way out. There's going to be a tab in each bulkhead that's going to help register that plank into place.
Cool. And pretty loose as well, or until we get everything in place, right?
Right, and yeah, here it's really important to not tighten those zip ties all the way. I mean, you can put a little tension in there, but too much and it'll be, the adjustability won't be available.
Tie mania.
It's a zip tie party for sure. A lot of folks out and about here in Port Townsend today. Got a lot of window shoppers coming by the Maritime Center.
How many have masks on? That's the question.
It seems like most people are doing pretty good with masks.
Yeah, there's a sign at the front of the town that says, please wear a mask.
I would say I would think it's definitely a very high percentage of people that are walking around town are not from town. That percentage might be close to 100%.
Well, we just got approved for phase 2 reopening.
Yep.
So everyone
They
wants
did
to
approve
come
it.
here.
I thought they had just applied for it. I didn't.
Nope, approved.
Okay.
Got approved. So yeah.
So that means no mask.
Means I can live a little.
See what this other camera angle looks like. And kind of as we move into the planking stage of the boat, I'll kind of give you a quick demo, give you an idea of the orientation of that plank. once it's kind of in its final resting home. Ideally with that plank, when that bottom plank and P1 are seated together, you're basically wanting the bottom, the corners to fit kind of against each other. I don't know if you can see that. Kind of just almost a point to point. What we're trying to avoid is having that. If this were the side plank, is it sliding down kind of below the face of that bottom plank? Just because we want, when that gets glued up, having that kind of that crack, that opening there is going to allow us to come back and backfill with some epoxy and just give us just a little bit stronger structural bond. And it makes for a nicer kind of radius transition when we go to glass the bottom of the boat. No, I was just flexing that top plank up a bit.
I wouldn't put it to me doing that with the wood. You want these.
You wanted to get as close so I can show you better on the end. You want it to be as close to where it's that point to point, so you can see how it leaves that nice opening in the bottom. We're just trying to avoid it sliding too far past. And it just makes for a nice seamless transition.
Are we snugging it up once we have it in place and lined up?
I would wait until you get kind of both plank one, and then when you get the transoms in,
Okay.
for the alignment before you snug it all up, just because they do tend to be, a lot of times you have to make those 16th, 1/8 inch adjustments forward and back. And I like to get plank one on both sides in and then both transoms fitted. And then I'll go and tighten that up, make sure if the alignment looks good, and then move to the next plank. kind of boat shaped. It's interesting. I feel like the parts on the boat grow when you start putting them together.
Right.
As you look at it in the box, you're like, I don't get it.
Even the floor here.
It's still tiny, but it does we're gonna check in, see how everybody's doing before we transom fit. We got a couple little fits before we put the transoms in. Just a quick check in, just kind of see where everybody's at. I want to make sure I don't run ahead of anybody.
I'm just finishing the ties on the port side, so I'm almost done.
Okay.
I've got one garboard almost done.
All right, and so then working on the next. Sounds
I just
good.
started on the second garboard.
Okay, so yeah, we're all kind of right about the same. I'm glad everybody's calling it a garboard.
I just ran to the bathroom, so did I miss anything?
No, you haven't missed anything. I was just kind of running through Liam with what the next step was going to be. And that's going to be installing the transoms. Before we put the transoms on, there is a little bit of cleanup that needs to be done to kind of help facilitate a better fit. If you want to hand me that hard block, Sander. One thing with a CNC, because all these parts are cut with CNC, and a CNC is generally a very precise machine, but it can't cut a square. It can only cut a round edge, even a tight corner. And what you'll notice is in each one of these corners where the planks come in to fit, is that it kind of rounds into that lap. And what I've found after building a couple of these things is that tends to hold up the planking from giving it a nicer, kind of tighter fit, where it kind of wants to make it'll hold up on that edge. And so the best remedy for that is I just got a kind of a hard block sander. If you don't, you can slap a piece of sandpaper on a piece of wood, but I'm basically just kind of working it in that corner. With that hard edge, kind of on the top and bottom. And what I'm looking to do is just kind of square that. I don't see if you can see that. Is just kind of square up where that lap is going to tuck in, and just going to allow, even though it's not taking off a lot, it's going to allow just a nicer fit of our plank. And we want to do that for each one of those notches. So there's three fairs. And then when you see where the notch is on the transom, you're going to have a little bit more meat to take there because it's double thickness. Yeah, that's good. It's mostly you're just looking to take that radius out. I think the top lap is the one that was the most problematic of the bunch. Yeah, and they're stepped, and you just kind of want to follow that. Where the transom doubler and that transom are stepped, you'll see is that you're just kind of wanting to follow that angle because you're just thinking of that plank kind of running through. And again, it's not as much the planking there as it is that radius in the corner, because the planking when it comes to the end is actually going to tuck behind that doubler. Yeah, well, it's good. It's just kind of squaring that corner up, and just going to help. And one thing we'll be able to do as well is if we need to, we can also make a little kind of an adjustment on the plank itself. But we're just looking for a nice fit. That's good. Elena Badarka. Skin on frame. Yeah, and once you've got those edges kind of crisped up, this side still needs it. Then it's going to be kind of fitting that transom into place. Yeah, with those transoms, I would start kind of at the bottom, just kind of, and again, loose fit until you kind of get it in place. Just because we want to keep that adjustability. And it won't be until we really kind of run through the entire fit of the boat. And we'll just go back, and it's a pretty quick job on getting all those tightened up. That's how it's spread. And again, it's just keeping them loose. We're not, once we kind of get everything into place is when we'll really worry about getting a tighter fit. Just because having that flexibility to be able to move those pieces is key at this point. And the fit of the transom is going to be a bit different. And the planks to the transom is going to be a bit different than the bottom plank to the first plank. Whereas we were sitting with that, where we had that fit where those two corners are kind of loaded on each other for the bottom plank. For the rest of the for the transom to the bottom plank and the transom, it's actually going to sit kind of on top of that corner of the bottom plank. And then if this were kind of the transom here and that plank's coming in, it's going to kind of move around it as well. Because we're going to be able to fortify that structure with a really heavy fillet and some fiberglass tape. And then that'll allow us to smooth that corner and then wrap a little bit of fiberglass around that corner.
Joel, I'm sorry I was across the room. Can you just quickly go over what you were talking about with the seating of the transom again?
Yeah, so the transom, so if this were our bottom plank coming up to the bow of the boat, whereas our bottom plank and plank one are going to kind of meet more corner to corner, the transom's actually going to sit kind of on top of that bottom plank a bit. Kind of anywhere in that, or kind of where it finds its home, where it kind of wants to sit is okay. Because in this situation, we're going to come back in a later step and put a nice structural fillet in there.
Great.
That's going to really bridge that gap. And we're also going to end up kind of working off this corner when we go start sanding and getting ready for fiberglass on the bottom. But we're not, you're not necessarily wanting that corner to corner like with the side and bottom. Here, you're almost lapping it over.
Okay, thank
So
you.
where this would be the transom, this is the bottom. Yeah, and then once those transoms are kind of loose fit, we're ready to jump into our plank two, the second plank up, and again it's going to be running through and kind of loose fitting everything into place. There's going to be the difference between this fit so we kind of edge to edge with the bottom of the first plank, plank 1 to 2 and plank 2 to 3. Are going to be stitch lap. So they're actually going to lap over each other. So whereas this is plank 1, plank 2 is going to sit to the outside of it flush. It'll actually sit more like this. And the zip tie is going to go kind of hole to hole around that lap. This way, turn it around. Right there. And again, when you put the transoms in, that transom doubler is going to go to the inside of the boat. I don't know if I mentioned that or not. that's it. No. So it's, I can zoom in potentially. Let's go to the other camera. So when we're attaching that second plank 2 to plank 1, the hole is gonna just peek over the top of plank 1 to plank 2, and that's where you're gonna run your zip tie through. And so when that's pulled tight, that plank 2 hole should be about even with the top of plank 1. And that registration is actually etched in to plank 2. It gives you an orientation line on where that is supposed to fit.
Matches.
And what I did find helpful in my build, when you get that plank in place, I'll actually go in and drop my zip tie in all the holes. Now that it's kind of sitting in place, go ahead and get them ready for me. That way I can just kind of keep running through, just kind of keep moving down the line, and everything's in place. Also remember that second plank is going to need to register that tab into the bulkheads. So kind of keeping an eye on that. You don't want to make it so tight where you can't get it in there. Another thing we're going to start running into as well, that you'll notice when we're fitting these transoms in, is that some of the ends of these planks may not line up just perfect. We're going to have a couple spots where the planks are actually going to be a little bit proud, kind of stick out off the end of the transom. And that's just a product of the computer thinking wood can do one thing and wood thinking it can't. So it's because when it draws up, theoretically the computer says it can do that, but oftentimes the wood tends to disagree when you're fitting. And so if at any point it seems like, it's one plank's a little long, doesn't quite look right, that's okay. Because we're going to have the ability to come in at the end once it's all together, glued up to kind of fare that down and make it look really nice and have a good transition.
Sorry to bother you with this. Is there any way you could show me up close just how the zip tie looks with plank 1 connected to plank 2? I kind of got
No worries.
twisted in there.
No apologies needed. I'll take you on a magic carpet ride with this camera for a second.
I also do one for you here.
Or maybe even just you go from the outside.
So I'll give you, Liam's going to kind of demonstrate here. I'll give you a nice close up if you can see that.
Yes.
Is basically, if they're lapped in place, the zip tie will start from the inside. When it goes down, and there's a line on plank 2, that's a registration mark of where it's going to actually lap over plank 1. And so once it's in place, that zip tie will come back through kind of around, and that hole will line up right at the top of plank 1.
Oh, interesting. Okay. I will
Does
give
that
it a
make
shot.
sense?
Yeah, I'll try it. Thank you.
And in the end, that's going to leave you with that nice lap seam. Yeah, that wouldn't go quite so tight.
Okay.
Yep, and we want to keep these fairly loose, just the same. I mean, ideally, we're going to pretty much stitch the boat together with loose zip ties, and kind of we'll finish off the day by going through and retightening tightening up those zip ties and making sure they're in a good fit. Pretty sure that's my next door neighbor. And once you, with that second plank on there, you start to think, hey, maybe this does look like a boat. And anytime if you're kind of backed up on any of these steps, you want us to slow down or rework any of the steps, please chime in and we'll make sure that everything's covered.
I should be attaching the transom to the end of the planks too, right?
Yeah, so you're going to stitch those in just fairly loose. You know, we're basically working up to that plank 2. And then we're going to move into putting in doublers before we do plank 3. And so I'm not sure. Scott, are you to that point?
Yeah, I got plank 1 and 2 on both sides.
Okay. Yeah, so kind of our next step forward is going to be is putting in the seat doublers before it gets too tight for those to fit. And so Liam had one of them out. The main seat doubler is that big horseshoe Omega on a diet. And those, you'll see the tabs, they'll fit into plank 2, and it may need to be torqued in a bit. And then the rest of the tabs are going to kind of work down kind of and fit just kind of right snug in place there. Again, you run into a little bit of that problem where you have the rounded corners. It's kind of a square peg in a round hole, but in this case, it's not enough to really worry about too much. You're going to be able to pull most of that out when you stitch it in, and you can kind of snug it in just by squeezing on it. But it should fit just nicely into those tabs, and then we're going to stitch all that in as well.
Look like a boat now. Starting to look like a boat. Class still going on? Is the class still going on?
Yeah.
Want to help me build this boat
No, I'm busy.
just for 1 minute?
Oh,
Just hold it till I get a second tie in.
Rusty's over there by himself. He's starting to work.
Okay, just hold that in, and I'll get the second tie in.
Cut those loose later. These ties.
Yeah. You were a big help.
What's up? No, I'm writing a proposal. What? And so with Liam getting kind of antsy, the next part we're going to put in is the seat doubler for the aft seat. And we're going to go ahead and stitch that one in just the same as the other seat doubler. The tabs on the outside of that doubler are going to fit into plank 2, just the same as they did in the forward seat doubler. And I feel like this is probably the most gratifying 2 hours of the entire build, is when you get to put it all together and you're like, wow, it is a boat.
Hey, Joel.
Yes. Hey, how's it going?
Good, good. We're just coming back to this now. It's actually, it feels almost dry to the touch.
Oh, good. Nice. Yeah. If it's then you're definitely more than ready for it to get that fill coat. And when you're adding that fill coat, it's not going to take quite as much epoxy as it did to wet out the weave.
Mm-hmm.
If I were to I mean, it took, I think we ended up using about half as much epoxy to fill the weave as we did to wet it out. So that'd be a good place to start. But ideally, you're gonna kind of go through that same steps that you did to wet out the weave. You'll kind of make a nice even pour through the middle, and then meter that epoxy out. And then the only extra step that'll happen there is that once you get the epoxy all spread out and even, you just want to make sure that you pull it out enough where you really aren't seeing that weave come through your fill coat. And then you'll want to take a brush and kind of pull it through all that epoxy, tipping it out, just to kind of help really smooth that epoxy layer out and make it easier on you when you go to sand it tomorrow.
Got it. Wait, so let me, I don't know if I followed that last bit. So I'm gonna mix them up. I'm gonna mix up maybe about half as much as I did last time, which I think with these quart pumps, I think will probably be, what do you think, like 6 and 12?
Yeah, I think that should be a good amount. And if you go a little heavy, that's not a problem. A little extra epoxy on there is not going to hurt anything.
Yeah.
And ideally, what you're looking to do there, I know this bottom has all got boat parts in it.
Right.
But when you'll meter out that epoxy using your squeegee. It's kind of the easiest way to do it. Working it all the way out to the edges. So you get that nice gloss of that epoxy. It covers the weave. What I'll then do is come back with a brush and get the brush, get it kind of wet. I may pull out any extra fibers. If you ordered any extras that are wider, it makes this job a little quicker than the little dinky 1-inchers that I've got here, which still work just fine. And you're actually going to run that brush through the epoxy, just end to end, and make sure to tip out all that epoxy that you put down. And what that's doing is just kind of help metering it out. And so I'll go end to end all the way across and then do the same process back and forth. And it's just allowing you to kind of work that epoxy as smooth and flat as possible. Because when you kind of spread it out, you can do a pretty good job with that squeegee, but you still may have some thick or thin spots, and that just kind of helps work those a little more smooth.
Got it. Got it. Okay. Right on. So we'll do. Okay. So we've got plenty of chip brushes. I've got a box of them that I had for the last build. So we got a bunch of those to work with. I guess a roller would probably be overkill for that.
No, I mean a roller. I mean you can definitely use a roller to roll it on. I will say if it's a tight foam roller, it tends to spread it out a little too much, to not quite leave you with a. You'll want a little more epoxy than what that a tight foam roller. If you have a really light nap roller, tends to work a little better. But otherwise, brushing it out tends to work just fine too.
Yeah, I think we'll probably just use the chip brushes. We've got one of those foam rollers that I think might not, like 4-inch foam rollers. I think might be too much. So
Sure.
we'll get that, and hopefully we'll be done pretty quickly because it's already like stuck on. So we'll just mix it up and pour it on. You guys are looking great. That looks like a proper boat already.
Yeah, it's moving right along. We're one plank away from having all the parts that make it float.
Nice.
I think kind of with just kind of keep motoring on. Plank 3 is going to go on. The shear strake is going to go on just the same as plank 2 connected to plank 1. And that's going to be our whole structure will all be in place. And so once Liam gets done sending pictures of all that he's done today to his mother, he's going to jump back on the boat. And
Mom, I'll call you later. Bye.
Are you actually sending the pictures to somebody? Oh.
Hey Joel, how thick should this fill coat ultimately be? Because I think ours is going to be pretty. Looks like it's going to be pretty thin, but I don't know how. Like if we're trying to get it really thick, or if we're just trying to get at least one more layer on there.
So you're basically looking to just candy coat that fiberglass. What you should be looking for is that when you put that fill coat on, you're pretty much covering up the weave. If the weave is kind of just peekabooing a little bit in places, that's fine. But there should be enough to kind of give you that kind of glossy weave fill layer, because the idea with this coat is that you'll be able to sand the surface without burning into the fiberglass. And if it's looking a little thin, feel free to jump in and put a couple more ounces on there. With the gallon kit, you should have plenty of epoxy. So being stingy with it doesn't make much sense.
Got it. And how much weight does the epoxy, like, would an extra? I mean, it's probably negligible, right, in terms of like how much weight we're adding if we add another layer of this.
Yeah. So I mean, when you're talking ounces. I mean, if you go really heavy on the epoxy, by the end, you may add a pound, maybe 2 to the boat. Which if you're building some racing surf ski or moss rowing shell might make a difference. But I think in the portage pram, I think having that extra protection is only going to be beneficial.
Got it. So maybe what we might do is if I'm thinking this might be a little thin, I might just let this give this like an hour or two, and then maybe put another coat on it if it's looking thin at that point.
Sure. Yeah, that sounds good. If you've been working for a while and you haven't checked on your skegs, taking a peek at those just to make sure that they didn't decide to wander off on you while you've been working. Now it's probably a good time to do that. Just in case. You can kind of get down low, make sure they're looking pretty straight. Because again, once that epoxy goes full cure on you, there's no. It makes for an adventure for getting them off and resetting them. Would you look at that? She's a beauty. Man. That old beater of a sailboat's getting along pretty good. It's orange.
I hope that does it for zip ties today because I just used my last one.
Were you able to get through? Was that, were you able to get all the holes?
Yeah, just used my last one on the last hole.
Well, that's perfect because yeah, that's pretty much the zip tying. You can get by without it from here on out.
Awesome.
So yeah, and from this point, once you've got all the planks on, it's kind of it's starting to work those zip ties tight. Generally, I like to start with that garboard with that plank one connection, and generally working from the inside out and watching that alignment with kind of with the transom on each end. One nice thing is because it is machine cut, generally the holes where the zip ties connect the planks are going to give you a good alignment judge on forward or back. You tend to get a little bit of creep when you get to the bow on the stern, but ideally you're just looking for that alignment to kind of come in and close and as tight as possible, and you're looking for all that stuff to line up the best you can, and then it's just it's working that working those zip ties tight and making any adjustments as you go. But one thing I would keep an eye on, especially is between plank 2 and plank 3 when you're tightening those up, is making sure that it's seated all the way down to that registration line where those holes are flush to the top of the plank, and that'll make sure that orientation is good. When I'm tightening those transoms to the planks, kind of the transom to the bottom plank, I'll basically kind of pull it because it should be under a little bit of tension at this point, and I'll pull it until it kind of seats in place, wants to stay in place on its own, kind of right on top of that corner of the bottom plank. But once you get kind of that bottom round of zip ties, once everything there is in place, everything else will tend to want to kind of fall in.
All right, Joel, we've got our fill coat on, and
All right.
I'll let it dry maybe for another hour or two, and then check it and see. It sounds like we're looking for that kind of gloss without any of the grid pattern of the fiberglass poking through. And
Right.
if it looks like we do have that texture, when I look at it at an angle, I see the light bounce off it. Some parts are smooth and glossy. Some parts I can see a little bit of the fiberglass there. We might give it one more coat, but we can do that tonight.
And if you're just seeing a few spots, you can kind of maybe work that epoxy out a little bit. And if you're just seeing it in a few places, that's fine. Even though you see it, you still have a pretty decent build on top of that glass. It's if you've got big kind of splotches where it's really obvious that you can see the weave is where you really want to make sure to fill. But because ultimately this won't be the last coat, kind of candy coat of epoxy, because you're going to sand all that, and eventually the whole boat's going to get a whole another coat.
All right. Well, maybe we won't. But in either case, by the time we hit tomorrow, everything we've got here will be cured. This coat will be cured. We will have the transom and the doublers, the skegs, the quarter knees, the puzzle joints, the temp jig, all that stuff cured. If we're trying to hit the ground running tomorrow, I guess the next step would be cutting off this extra glass using an 1/8 inch drill bit to clear those holes, and then also clearing out those slots, and then sanding everything down on the edges to the size that we need. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So that's yeah, pretty much that is trimming up that bottom plank, making it. Yeah, I just take a razor knife along that edge and get as much off as you can, and then whatever little kind of sharp edge or little bits of epoxy that are still kind of fighting you, you can just hit with a little bit of sandpaper, cleaning out as much of the glass and the epoxy out of the holes as you can to open those up for good fit of the tabs, and then giving it a quick sand on that kind of just scuffing up the whole surface of that bottom plank just to knock the shine off. So it is ready to take, it'll be ready to take more epoxy. And then you'll be kind of in business for getting the skegs on, getting the temp jig on, and then running through the stitching.
Okay.
And I'll be in fairly early in the morning. I can send you a text when I get into the shop, and I'm more than happy to just fire up the meeting early, and that way, if you got any questions, I'll be here to answer them.
Yeah, that sounds great. Yeah, and you know, no rush on your part, but yeah, if you want to just shoot me a text whenever you're you know in and you know ready, I'll let you know if we're even if you know where we are, and we'll kind of just take it from there.
Sounds good.
Okay, cool. Well, we'll sign off now, but you know, good luck, everybody. Everybody's boats look great, and yeah, we'll see y'all tomorrow.
All right, sounds good. Yeah, we'll get you. You'll be at this spot tomorrow.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Get y'all caught up. So.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, guys.
All right. Have a good night.
You too. Bye-bye.
And so one thing Liam's kind of running into when he's stitching, what I suggest when you're tightening those zip ties and you're trying to get that nice fit, I like to start kind of center of the boat, center of planking, and work out. One thing you'll notice if you try and start on the ends is that maybe plank 2, plank 3 seem to be a little short. If you take up that slack, kind of the middle, and work your way out, I think what will happen is some of that slack will run out, and you'll get a little bit better alignment in that transom. I'd mentioned it earlier as well. When you get to the transom, you may have a plank or two that seems to kind of want to run amok, where it's just they're not lining up perfectly. That's just that's wood not doing what the computer thinks it should. It's having a hard time just kind of completely conforming to that shape, and that's not a big deal, because once we get this all epoxied, we'll be able to come in there with our Japanese saw, our flush cut saw, and nip off anything that's a little bit proud of that transom. This is what's Hey, Warren, you got a question?
Yeah, I did. Does the bow piece sit on top of the bottom plank?
Yeah, it's going to rest. That transom is going to sit. Whereas if this is the bottom plank, it comes through. It's going to sit kind of almost like that.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Both the bow and the stern will fit like that. The transom.
Yeah, just it'll the transoms will kind of sit. That outside corner will kind of sit on the corner of the bottom plank, and it's a similar fit for the planks. As they run out, they'll run out to the sides of that transom. So a little different fit than what the bottom plank and plank 1 were.
Okay. So see you tomorrow.
All right, sounds good. You heading out?
Yep.
All right, yeah, and we'll hit the ground running again. And tomorrow, I'm guessing is going to be a bit shorter of a day. Today's kind of a long day with getting everything stitched together. So we'll see you at 10 and look forward to it.
All right. See you tomorrow.
And one thing too, because today's definitely been a longer class than yesterday. If you're not, we're going to have time in the morning to kind of work through and retighten anything, go through our zip ties again. If we need to make more adjustments, we'll be able to do that tomorrow. Also kind of be able to add in a few more kind of tips and tricks to make that fit just perfect and snug. So when we glue it up, we'll mitigate any extra work that'll develop later on down the road. That's good. It'll float for a minute.
Would you suggest that in terms of the tightening, that just work along the planks first and then do the transoms last, or do it go all the way around, each time?
Yeah, so what I've found that works the best for me is kind of starting center mass of the boat here. On the bottom, work out, do the other side the same. Once you get all those nice and tightened, come back to the center, and you're watching your alignment on the ends as well as the alignment of the zip tie holes, working your way out. And then from there, it's going to do a pretty good job of lining up your planks. And then that's when I like to come in and do the transom and get that final alignment there and tweak those 1/8 to 1/16 of an inch adjustments. But what'll happen is if you start from the inside out, there's a little bit of slop that's still in those planks. And by working out it's going to kind of push that play out and really snug them up. And that's what's going to give you your best alignment on the ends. And if you have a couple spots where those planks kind of run wild on the ends, that's okay. We'll be able to trim that up and make it right.
That way.
Tomorrow morning too, I'll add a few more steps to.
And I'll have more nimble rested fingers. Finger fulcrum is tired.
And I forgot to mention it to Warren for the 34th time. But again, before you put the bed to sleep tonight, make sure to take a look at those skegs and see that they're still straight in alignment and didn't go for a walk. You can even pick up the back of the boat, take a look at them. Yeah, that's the only reason I said that is because we had a wandering skeg in last class, and it was an interesting adventure troubleshooting that.
That it?
No, we're still building.
Hmm? What?
Thanks, Joel. Fun day. See you tomorrow.
All righty. Yeah, look forward to it. And we'll hit the ground running tomorrow. I think tomorrow should be a fairly quick, stress-free day. So not that any of this has been stressful.
Oh God. On the last day, should I wear my cycling cap? In a homage to Mr. Gibson.
Sure.
Sure.
Today's Saturday.
Nope.
Today's Sunday.
Yep. All right, I'm gonna go out that way and check the door.
Oh. Kate, how you motoring along?
Good. I'm just, tweaking and everything looks good. So kind of miraculous.
Very nice. Yeah, this is definitely the most gratifying day of the build, is because it's like, holy moly, there's a boat.
Yeah. So I'm good, and thank you. This was a fun day, and I don't know that I never need to see a zip tie again in my life, but it's been good.
Yeah, lots of zip ties. I do find it. I've built stitch and glue boats. The other is you'll use wire to tension it.
Mm-hmm.
And that definitely, it really eats up your fingers, because you'll start out using pliers and then you're like, oh, it's just so much easier to do with your fingers. And then by the end, your fingers are bleeding.
Oh God, no thanks.
But,
Yeah, this is pretty
yeah,
easy.
tomorrow we're gonna run through and do some final fits, get everything tightened up. I'm gonna show a couple quick ways to get that transom to flush up real nice with those planks.
Great.
Yeah, and then we're gonna put some glue in this thing. We're gonna install the in whales, out whales, and in whale doublers, and that's pretty much gonna be it for this weekend. So it'll be a kind of a quick and easy day tomorrow.
Great.
So.
Well, thank you. You guys are making it easy and fun. I really appreciate it.
Cool. Yeah, I'm ready to. Yeah, we'll hit the ground running tomorrow and keep on keeping on.
Sounds great. Have a good one.
Yeah, you too. Have a good
Bye.
evening.